Good morning. Just getting everything set up. Like everything's working. Let's pull that. Good morning. Pull my chat GPT over here in case we need it. All right. Okay. So I last streamed the end of last week. I think it was Friday. And we worked through some basic combat loop in the server, and we got it to send to the front end and make very small updates to the front end. So right now, let's make sure our server's running. I think I got it running this morning. Yep. Right now, when we run this, and I don't know if I updated the database. I need to do that too, probably. Everything might already be dead, because I don't have anything resetting the hit points on the enemy or the heroes. Let's see. If I need to reset it, I will. Yes, I need to do something because nothing's showing up. Let me see what it kind of error it through. Must be positive, tied to something. Yeah, so there's no enemies with any hit points right now. So let's fix that real quick just so we can do a test. And I might put some code in the normal in the server that allows me to just reset this every time we push play. Because we're using a database to manage all of the back-end data, I think that's an issue. Or, I mean, that's why we have to do this every time, so we need to fix that. So instead of manually doing this, what if we update this real quick? And the base HP is what the current HP becomes when combat starts. We already have a way to update I'm just doing one of those streams, but I probably don't even have anybody on here yet.
Well, I mean, my travel agent group,
Yeah.
they posted on the 16th, so they're probably all gone now, but special travel agent rates for an interior or ocean view room, $10 per day per person. And for interior or balcony rooms are $20 per day per person. That's my price.
Wow. Is that just like certain dates, I'm guessing?
Now till the end of November. But we could go on a cruise for $10 a day per person.
Gotta watch for that kind of stuff.
Four people go for that price.
Yeah. We just need to keep some vacation time open and be ready to go when it happens, because you're not going to know, probably. All right, sorry about that. My wife had something important to talk about. Vacations. Vacations are always fun. They help de-stress you. I haven't been on a longer vacation in a while. All right, so we're going to change the server. So right now we have a call. Let's find it here. Making an update. Like whenever they take damage in battle, that's making an update to their hit point value. So we could probably either use that one or make another one. It probably wouldn't be that hard just to make another call that resets their hit point to whatever their base hit points are. So let's make a quick call here. That'll just save us a little time as we're going back and forth testing, because we're going to do a lot of testing today with the UI, and we don't want to have to go into the database every time and manually update those values. So let me think. Where did we put that? It's going to end up being in the well, I know like in here we have the take damage call. And it's just changing the values here. And then there's a call in the combat loop that actually updates the database. So this data is all getting set in this value, and then we make an update to the database. So let's check that combat service, and maybe at the very beginning before it starts the loop, we'll just make a quick call. So this long guy here, so when it starts, it's way up here. You can see this is when it subscribes to combat, and when combat starts looping is up here. Right here, we're creating a thread. We're creating our stream observer to do the connection. We just create a handler event that'll trigger if it stops. If you want to know when transport is writable again. And then here's where it starts the actual loop. So maybe before the loop, or before the thread, I mean, is even started, can we make a call up here maybe? Let's see, we have the monster and the hero service here. And the only thing is we haven't actually made calls to gather all that data yet until we get down here. Does this trigger more than once? I don't think it does. Let's look in the, we're going to look in the logs. Combat loop. Well, we're not getting more than one loop right now. I'm going to manually update the database one time here so I can get some data in the logs to see where a good place is to put this. It doesn't even matter what the hit points are. They don't have to equal anything special. There's nothing saying I can't make it higher. Although when they take damage, it'll automatically set them. Well, no, that's only if they heal. It'll only set them to their max HP. That's fine. It doesn't even matter. We just want to test this in here. Sorry, I've got another project open. Once we get to the UI updates, I did a little bit of testing over the weekend. I didn't have any blocks of time where I could stream this weekend, but I did want to do a little bit of research for this next piece of adding some graphics and UI stuff. So I have a few things kind of locked and ready to go there. Not perfect, but at least I kind of figured out a couple things. Oops, I just clicked something open. All right. So I see, wait, we have to scroll down because we started another combat. So here's where we started. The client subscribed, and then it said starting combat loop. Getting encounter, getting party. And then it loops through each hero. It's looping through all the monsters too, but I don't have any logging on them, I don't think. Yeah, the starting combat loop thing triggers every time, every round through. So if I put an update inside here, it's going to, unless I do some kind of logic to make sure it doesn't run more than once, which I guess is pretty easy to do too. Let's do that. Because I'd rather this happen when we already have the data. So here's where we pull that object back. And when it comes back to here, we should have the list of not here. It's got to be this one right here. Once we get past this one, we have all of the enemies and heroes embedded in this data object. So let's just make a flag that says init or something like that. We'll make it inside this method because it's going to reset every time a new combat starts. We don't want it to be class level. So let's put boolean init equals false. So that means it hasn't happened yet. So we're just going to say if initialize continue, or maybe we'll just say if not initialized, then run this. That's probably the easier way to do this. And we need to do it after we have the data, which is right here. So let's put if not initialized. We're going to run a quick update. We'll have to generate a small method for this. And let's add another call in our combat unit interface. We'll call it public void init. So whatever we want to happen to combat units when combat starts, that's what can go in here. If we decide we want everybody's HP and MP to reset full when we do combats, then it's easy enough to set up in this init method. And it's easy enough for us to take this out too. So we can use this for testing, and then we could take those updates out if we don't want them. Because in the actual game, I don't think people are going to be full life in combat. It's going to be based off where they ended in the last combat, and there'll be some type of regeneration happening per time resource used, which we kind of talked about that before. How we'll try to manage that. So it in the dungeon part, it'll probably be like every time you take a step. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But anyways, there'll be some type of regeneration mechanic as the party moves throughout the dungeon that regenerates life based on stats, and they will not be full life every time they go into battle. But for our testing purposes right now, I do want them to be full life because we're going to be hitting play and stop and play and stop and doing that a lot. and there's going to be a lot of times where everything's dead, and we don't want that because then it will mess up the flow since we don't have any flags or ways to capture that yet in the system. So we're going to have to implement this on both sides. And that is because we're hitting two different database tables on these units. So that's why we're not really able to set this up in a much cleaner way than this. And it's still not that hard to do this way. So over here, what we want to happen is let's set the we're going to say monster. And we got to make sure we do those updates right. So we learned last session that when you're updating these gRPC objects using this setup, you can't run the build command or it closes out that object and it becomes immutable. So really, the way I have this up here, let's look. Monster.current. I think I might have already discovered a bug. Maybe I just didn't think about it last time. So right now we're updating each unit when they take damage, for example. Let's go with this scenario where a enemy unit takes damage from more than one hero in the same round. So every 250 milliseconds is kind of like a round the way we have this set up. So if two heroes attack in that same 250 millisecond turn, so one is getting their current HP. The first one comes through, gets the current HP. Let's say it's 20. And it says current HP minus the damage, and then it does a little bit of stuff there, and then it sets it to the new current HP on the new one that needs to be updated. But the problem is that second one that comes through is getting the same HP. So if it gets hit twice in the same round, it's not going to take both hits. It's only going to take the last hit that was brought in. I can tell by looking at this that that's a bug we've got here. I don't like that item is immutable. It's not clean. I shouldn't be making, so not only should we have an init for the whole battle, so maybe we'll call this, I think I see how we can fix this. So we're going to say combat init. That's not really the right, it'd be like this, combat init. Okay. But then we're also going to need a round init. So every time we start a new loop, we need to do some base initialization. And I think that would work. Right now, I have the update column is also kind of like an init. This is the very first thing that runs. But this might be a little bit cleaner. I can kind of break out who's in control of what. So anything related to initialization for the combat or the initialization for each round will be in these two methods and just kind of be separate from this other stuff. Because as we build out more and more combat logic, this might become kind of unwieldy, kind of a bigger class with a lot of methods going on. So this is probably the right way to do this. So let's go back in here, because I'm kind of, as I'm thinking through this, I think this can work. So when the round starts, let's give this new object all of the data from the old object and then only update the new object in all these updates. So at no point should we be and how am I generating these? See, right now it's assigning the data there, which is fine. But the builder is what ends up getting updated every round. Monster builder equals monster.toBuilder. So at this point, monster builder. So update actually already has, let's look at the hero because I think I have more logic built out in the hero right now. I need to make sure I transfer it to both sides, but so here's how the hero looks, and it's built out a little better than the monsters right now. So, but you can see we're already doing what I was getting ready to do in that init function. So that's good. We're already transferring all the values at the beginning of the round to this hero builder. So really the bug is that I should not be looking at hero down here. I should be looking at hero builder because that's what we're updating. We can update that more than once in a single round as long as we're not running the close, and the close doesn't run until we run this is the method we created to run at the very end of the combat loop, and that's what updates it and sends it back to the database. So really that's all we have to do to fix this one. So for now we don't need that additional part we just put in because we're already putting it in the update. We could move this. It doesn't really matter. Like I said, what it will really help us is if we move it and this starts getting to be a much bigger class, it's just easier to tell which pieces are doing what. The update function probably shouldn't do any initialization like this. I mean, it can, but it might just end up being a little more readable this way. So we'll just move, for now, this is the only thing we're moving is this one object out of here. And we're going to put it in the round init. So every round it has to redo this. And then the combat init is where we want to set it to. This happens before any of this other stuff. Now, let's finish doing this before I mess it up. So on the monster, I need to do the same thing I just did. I need to move this to the did I already implement them? Yeah. Move that there. But now we also need to go to the combat loop and make sure that we create that in the loop. So perform combat loop. Where does the update happen? It needs to be before the update. So right here, we'll just do combat unit dot round init. And that's all we have to do to fix that bug. Although I didn't fix it in the monster yet, did I? This needs to read monster builder. Yeah, we don't want to be referencing the old monster object anywhere in the like combat loop, because that's a immutable object. We can't make updates to it. It's going to have the same value through the whole combat loop, and we don't want that. So that's why we generated this new object, and when it's still in the builder form, you can make updates to it. So this code here is just generating that new mutable object from the old immutable object. All right, now we just need to set up that initial combat init that I came in here originally to do before I found that bug. So we put up here if init, or if not initialized yet, we need to run loop. So we'll go through each. We don't actually have a group of combat units yet. I could do this in the combat loop as long as I'm using the same flag. Well, no, because we'll be outside of the what if we do let's move this. This will make it a little bit easier. So we're going to move this to the init flag. We're going to move it to the actual combat units. So it'll just be, we'll have combat init, but we'll also have a Boolean is init. Okay. And maybe I should even call out combat init since I made two different ones there. Is combat init. And then in the units, we'll implement this method. And this will pretty much do what it just said. And this will have to be outside though of the other combat loop, because we're actually going to want to do if this, or is it? Let me think. We can still use the hero builder that we created in the combat or the round init. Round init. We're going to have to create a flag in this one instead of the other one. Boolean is init. And then when it runs this is combat init, return is init. If it returns false, that means we have to do this, which will be hero builder dot set current HP to the hero builder dot get base HP. Okay. So as long as we make sure this happens before any of the actual attacks happen, we should be okay. It needs to happen after we've already initialized our full list of combat units. And it needs to happen after the hero builder object was created. So let's kind of set that up. We haven't actually called the round init yet in our loop. Let's go down here to our loop. So here's where we're joining all of our combat objects into one list. And then here's where we're going through each piece. So we're doing the round init. That needs to happen first. And then right here, we need to do a if combat unit dot is init is combat init. So if true, actually we want to just say if false. Then run combat unit dot combat init. So it's pretty much saying if they haven't been initialized yet for combat, is that going to work though? Or is this going to reset every loop through? Because up here, we're creating these combat units new every round. So every round we're going to lose that, and it's going to do that, I think. So that's... This can still work, but we're going to have to save it in the database. Because this value is getting reset every loop through. And then it's still not solving the issue, because what's going to reset it to 0? Yeah, this isn't going to work the way I have it. It's going to run this every loop the way I have it right now. Shoot. I need to think this through a little bit better. I think I have to do this outside of the combat loop. Whatever I end up doing here needs to happen outside of the combat loop. Because the combat loop's working fine right now. I don't want to go too crazy on how that's working. So let's get rid of this. That other one's fine. That call there is good. We still need to initialize that temporary builder variable for each combat unit. But the whole idea of like doing a combat initialization where we can reset HP or something else. Let's create, because we're gonna do something here where we can use, so we're gonna create a new method and it's gonna return the list of combat units. Okay, so we want to reuse this. Oops, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm going to say get combat unit list. Okay. And we need to pass in the combat object. Like we're doing with combat loop up here. But we're going to just take all of this out. drop it in here. That way our that way our loop can use this, but I also want to be able to use this on this new. Okay. So that should fix that. It should run like it was before, but now we can use this new section we just generated to create our loop for us outside of the combat loop. So before we even get to the loop right here, we're going to do one more call that's going to happen one time. Is it going to happen? I'm still looking at this thinking this might loop multiple times. Because I know this runs multiple times. But if we create excuse me, if we create a variable within this thread, will it it's gonna regenerate every time. If I create a variable out here outside of the loop, outside of the thread is running on a timer, so you can see that down here. The tick, which we set up, that's what we're naming it, runs every 250 milliseconds. But it's inside of this larger call. So if I create a variable up here outside of that thread, like a flag, and this is what I was trying to do initially, will it stay triggered through each loop? I don't know for sure. So we're just going to say, isn't it equals false? Okay. And then down here, before the loop, we want to say if is a knit, or if is not a knit, I should say, then run another method we'll create called init combat. Okay, so if we create that, let's do it right here. Private void init combat. What are we going to have to pass into this? Because we need the combat object. So we're going to pass that in. Then we're going to get our list of units. Just like we did down there. And this should only run once, so this shouldn't be a big performance hit or anything to run this. If this works as expected anyways, this should only run one time at the beginning of combat. So I'm not worried about performance at all by doing this duplicated entry here, where it's running this generation of the list twice. Okay, and once we've done this, we want to loop through each unit and run their combat init method. There we go. That's what we want. And then did I already set that up in the units themselves? Combat init. That one's set up. What about this one? No. So this one needs to be monster builder dot set current HP to get base HP. And then one of those was getting mad, wasn't it? Maybe not. Maybe we're good. I think that will do what I want to happen. And did I, let's see, did I put that in there as I needed it? No, I need to add combat. All right, in theory, that should reset their HP at the beginning of the round. Let's try to clean and rebuild this to make sure we don't have any errors. Nope. I got trigger happy and clicked that before the other one was done. Okay. Let that run. Trying slow. What is going on? We don't have that much going on yet. Oh, I didn't stop the server. It's going to get mad at me for that, I think. But I think it'll regenerate the classes before that happens. Yeah, that's all it got mad about, was that I already had the server running. But everything looks good now. Let's go ahead and restart the server then and do a test. Before we make any more updates, let's check the front end and make sure that the HP is full on all the characters. Okay. Let's see what we got. We still have an error. What did I miss? Monster Builder is no when we try to set the HP. Do I have those backwards? I didn't think I did. Alright. Let's go to where it's getting mad. Alright, so combat init. We need to make sure round init happens before combat init. I thought it did. Oh no. We changed this, didn't we? We did. Well, shoot. What if I do... This is gonna run... We've already pulled all the data objects back from the database. We don't want to do that again. we need to do a quick check if monster builder is not null. Well, up there it's our, we know it's null up here. So if we set, we need to do this up here. We know by the, it's not going to be ready in this. When it gets to this, that means it's running and we know we don't have it. So we need to set it. But down here, we're going to lose those changes if it's on the first round. And we don't want that. So we need to say if monster builder not equal to null. Maybe? Is it null though? I don't know if it's null. Monster builder. We're defining it up here, but we're not setting a value. And we are creating a new every loop through the way that this is set up. So yeah, I think it is going to be null here. So it needs to just say if it's not null, if monster builder not, I need to do the opposite, right? If monster builder is equal to null, then add the builder. If it's not equal to null, that means that it's already been, we're on the very first loop and it's already been instantiated. And we know it's going to be, we know there's no updates up here yet. So we're good to do this no matter what up here. I think that'll work. In my head, it's working. All right, restarting the server after those changes, and we're gonna test it again. Sorry, we haven't made it to the UI side. I've only been streaming for about 30 minutes. This will save us a lot of time in the testing phase, though. Darn it. Shoot. Still says it's null. Oh, I didn't change it on the hero side. I only changed it on the monster side. Duh. So same thing needs to happen here. We know that this needs to get set at the combat init level. And then down here, we just need to say if it's null, then we need to set it up for this loop. All right, try again. That was a quick fix. Okay, try again. We want to see all of our stuff show up, preferably. All right. Hit points are not... I mean, they are working. But I could have swore when we started they were higher than their base levels. Let's run that one more time and see if it resets them. Now they're all dead in the database. Let's double check that. They should have 0 HP. And 8, 16, 6, and 32 are the numbers we should see when we restart. Current HP is 0 on all these units. So let's try this again and see if they start at those numbers. Could have swore that one was higher. Oh, something caused another error. It's not seeing It looks like it's not running the initialize. Let's add a log because we didn't do that. We don't know when it's running. So in the init combat function, let's add a log statement so we know when this is triggering. Log.info combat getting initialized one time. And hopefully we only see that one time in the logs. Let's just restart this and try this again. That way we know anything that's in the logs is tied to this run through. Now we should be able to see where it's breaking at a little better. And if that combat initialize gets run, because it almost looks like it's not getting run. If it's saying this error here means it's not finding any units to attack, which means they're all showing up with 0 HP at this point. So let's look for combat getting initialized one time. So it did run. Now we've only ran through one loop here. We didn't even make it to a second loop before it crashed. So we don't know if it's for sure only running one time yet. But it's looking like my guess is all the units are still showing up as 0. So do I do something wrong at that point? If we look at the choose target for the hero unit, because that's what's attacking right now when it aired out. Where's that at? So it's looking at the list. Right now the logic is looking if it's a monster, since it's the hero attacking. And it's making sure they're get monster. That's probably the issue. It needs to read. Yeah, that's the issue. So this needs to read dot get monster builder. And over here the same thing. Get monster builder. We only want to be referencing the mutable object, not the immutable object in the logic. So I'm going to have to do the same thing on the monster side. I don't think I built this out yet. So it's okay. We'll have to, once we get the hero working pretty good, it'll be a quick copy and paste and just update like from monster to hero or whatever. So that's why I've kind of only been working on one side so far. I don't want to keep making updates if I have to make changes. Okay. I think that'll fix this issue, so let's restart again. All right, it's running. Start up the front end to make sure that it pulls all the data. Oh, we did still get an error. It's still the same error. That's surprising me. It's in the same spot, right? Let's look. So it's running through. It's initializing the round. So, I mean, once this is ran, it for sure has access to that new builder object. So by the time it gets down here, meaning that a unit is ready to attack, In all honesty, none of the units should be ready to attack right out the gates. That's kind of funny. Well, I say that, but the data in the database will be retained from the previous run because I'm not initializing that. So maybe I need to initialize that too. That might even be the issue. Let's look here. So let me explain what I'm doing here, what I'm thinking. So we have the timer, the elapsed timer, that's also getting saved in the database, and we should be able to see that. If we run, it'll be easier to see on the heroes, I think. See how they have values already stored, because this is the last time I ran, successfully anyways, these values got stored. So this one down here is going to trigger on the very first loop through. That's what's happening. It doesn't look like any of the other ones are, but that's why we're seeing a trigger of that method call right off the bat in combat when it really shouldn't be, because no time has passed yet. So we can reset the time elapsed field at the same time where we reset the current HP. We should be able to also reset that to zeros on the first run through. So let's do that next. Finding lots of little, it's just a lot of little logic bugs really. We're trying to update stuff or not updating stuff correctly in between runs. Alright, where's my combat init? So we want to also set time elapsed to 0. Same with the monsters. That should only happen at the beginning, but that will keep things from attacking. And I don't know if that will fix the bug or not, but it should at least allow combat to start and run for a few seconds, 2 or 3 seconds, before that first attack triggers. So all the data should at least get shown, in theory. I keep saying in theory because I'm not sure. Oh, darn it. Still an issue. But look at those combat times. They didn't reset. You can see right here. I did something wrong. What did I do wrong here? Why didn't that reset? Let's see if... So I did get this. Combat getting initialized one time. Is it looping through them correctly? For all combat units in the list, which we got down here, we've already got the combat object. Combat unit dot combat init. And then in there, I'm setting the time elapsed to 0. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I bet the logic's wrong again, just like it was in that other section. I guarantee that's the problem. I bet the update's working off of the other object. Yep, see? This is going to get me. I'm going to have to clean all this up. So this needs to always be referencing the new object. Anytime we see hero in the logic without the builder at the end, that's going to become an issue. What about attack? Did I do it in here too? I did. This one's correct. When you're first initializing the object, you do need that object, the hero object. But after that, we turn it into the hero builder down here in the initialization. Other than that, we should only see hero builder through all of this code. All right, that one looks good. I didn't do anything in this one yet, so we're good. I didn't do the monster yet. And that one's easier to look through anyways. I only see monster builder on any of the logic. Whew, all right. Try this again. I don't like having to use this immutable object like this and transferring it back and forth. That's making the code messy. I'm still getting an error. Gosh darn it. It's still, when it's trying to choose the target, it says it's not positive, which means there's probably nothing in there. We're running the initialization right here. And the first loop through anyways. Why isn't that 0? Or I mean 250 or whatever it should be. After one run through, this should be about 250. Why, when it gets to this point, is it not? Getting party, getting encounter. That's where it actually loads that data into the combat object. And then, right after that, we're getting the initialized one time. Do I need to throw a couple more logging statements in here, or maybe even just run a debug session? Last time I tried to run a debug session, it kept crashing on me, and I don't know why. I mean, we can still try it again. That shouldn't be a normal thing. Hero builder. Time elapsed equals hero builder dot get time elapsed plus time elapsed, which is just the generic amount that time has passed that gets sent into this statement here. This is just looking at previous time. And then I'm just saying if it's greater than 5,000, that means I've stopped it and restarted it, the server. So that just means it's a new run. If it's greater, just reset it to 250 for that first time through. So that should be working. It should be passing a number of about 250. And I don't know, I might have even shown that somewhere down here. I mean, you can kind of see that here, the first number, and then we're adding the other number to it, which is exactly 250 on this first loop through every time. So that's working. This part is working. We're passing in the right number there to the update. So that's 250 coming in. So this would read get time elapsed. That should have changed to 0 on the first loop through, and it's not. I can even write, let's get rid of, I mean, we can see it right here. It says get time elapsed. Hero get time elapsed. You can see it's not resetting. Why? I must have a misunderstanding on how the hero builder object works. Even though I'm setting this to 0, is it not accessible until I build it? Possibly. If I build it, I'm going to have to do I have to do a full database update loop one time at the beginning? I mean, that's not the end of the world. So what if I change this to say updated hero equals hero builder.build? I'm going to have to pull all the data again too, though, in the combat service. That's not the end of the world either. Not just for one time at the beginning of combat. If this isn't working the way I'm thinking, though, that's also going to break. It's also going to break that logic I had mentioned earlier, where if a unit gets attacked twice in the same round, is it pulling back the right number? So right here, when it says get current HP, what if that's been updated in the same round already? Down here, like we're setting it. But when we do the get, again, like 2 or 3 characters later, they might attack the same monster. Is that pulling the updated version? Let's see. In a gRPC builder object in Java, if I set a value and then try and get the value before a build, what happens? I think this is not working like I thought it did. I thought if I set the value, it would still be accessible before I built the object. And if that's not the case, then the whole way I'm doing the loop isn't going to work and I'm going to have to change something. You can read it just fine. Getters on the builder reflect the builder's current mutable state. That's what I thought. If you do set foo, get foo, it's 42 even before the build. All right. We can test this ourselves. I shouldn't have, if that's the case, I shouldn't have to do this either. So let's get rid of that. And let's just, right after I set that, let's say log time elapsed reset for, we're in the hero right now, to hero builder get time elapsed. Let's see what that looks like. Right after we run the set command, it should definitely be 0. According to that search I just did. Now that doesn't mean it's accurate. ChatGPT messes up all the time. Alright, so we gotta try to run the server again. We didn't change any code, so it's still gonna break. If it doesn't, then I'll be very surprised. Alright, now in the logs. Look at that. Am I setting the time elapsed variable and update wrong? And I just looked at it wrong? Time elapsed equals hero builder get time elapsed. Hero get time elapsed. Look at that. It's getting the old values. Oh, I know why. I don't know why I thought this would work this way. So, this is just like a newbie mistake here, but I know what's happening now. It's pretty easy to see too if I would have just looked through it a little better. We're creating get combat unit list. When we do this, we create the new, we knew that's what's happening. When we click new, we just lost that hero builder. So I don't know why in my head I thought, okay, this is running, it's setting it to 0, but remember, we're only setting it in the builder. We didn't set it in the database. And then down here in the regular combat units, we're newing it again. So we just lost those changes because we overrode it. That object's null again, so it recreates the hero builder with the stats from the base monster object. That's exactly what's happening. So we are going to have to save this to the database because of the way that we're looping. So that's not the end of the world. Like I said, it's not going to be that hard to run that one extra time at the beginning of battle. And I feel really good that I think we finally can see what's happening. Okay. So we are going to have to do this. We are going to have to build the object. And the same thing with the monster unit. We can get rid of this now because I know what's happening. So we set the time elapsed. Then at the very end of all the updates, we need to close the object out. It needs to read updated monster. Okay. So now that we have the actual updated hero and updated monster objects built on the combat init, we can then call the same code that we're calling over here to update the database. So we might even move this into a separate function too, so we're not just duplicating code. So here's where it says combat has run. Let's update the info object and pass it back. So let's see if we can pull all of this. We don't want to pull that. So that maybe I can't pull this exactly. Wait, what does build updated unit do? Maybe I can still pull it and just, all it does is build it. So let's just get rid of this. The same thing. My delete button doesn't work sometimes because it wants me to, I don't know what it wants me to do. It's searching. Okay. If we do that, then that command's okay to run. And what's it doing here? It's just looping through the list. And if it's a monster, it's running the monster service update. And it's adding the items. So is this is kind of rebuilding. It is. It's rebuilding the combat object. See, updated combat. Update combat database. That's where it's sending the updates for the database itself. Do we need to run that whole section though? We really don't, but it might still be cleaner to pull this all out in its own method and just run it all just because it's cleaner that way. What do I need to pull into a method if I do that? Just the combat units? Is it generating everything else? No, because this is already defined. Let's define right here though. Encounter builder, party builder, combat builder are all defined here. It runs through, and by the end of this whole loop section, it's returning a combat object. So why can't I do the same thing? In a method. Let's see. We should be able to pull all of this into its own method that says private void update combat. Do I already have that? I don't think I do. And it's not a void, it's returning a combat object. Private combat update combat. And we're passing in a list of combat units. Okay. Now nothing is broken. Oh, there is still something broken. Do I need that object? Oh, and we're setting time. Time elapsed. This is the combat loop. And that does look cleaner. That is just the combat portion of the loop. And then we're trying to create a new section down here that's called combat updated. Combat equals update combat. We're passing in combat units object. I mean, technically we're returning that, but we still have some brokenness in the method itself because we need to pass. We use the time elapsed up here, so we need it up here. So I guess we just need to pass those extra variables. We need to pass combat, and we need to pass current time. So we'll say combat, and current time would be a long. Okay. And it's mad because we're not returning the updated combat object. And then here we just need to pass in those other objects. Okay. All right, so now all the update functionality at the end of a combat loop is broken out into its own method. That makes the combat loop method itself much shorter. Yeah, I can do that. That's fine. And then, so up here, where we do the init combat, we're just going to have to run we're going to have to send in current time and the combat variable. Do we have the combat variable? We do have combat. We have the units. So all we need is current time, right? That might even fix the other issue we had where it's generating based on greater than 5 seconds. This thing here. If I run current time, that will then be stored as that will be like an exact, it'll match exactly. Which means no time has passed on that first run through, which is more accurate than it is right now. So this might fix 2 issues. One we didn't even realize we had. So on that very first loop through, it's running instantly, but it's going to say 250 milliseconds has passed. Not a big bug, not an issue we really needed to fix, but I think this will fix that. Now it'll start at 0 on the time elapsed. It shouldn't be anywhere near 250. It should probably be 0 or like 1 or 2 milliseconds to get from one piece of the code to the next. All right, now all we have to do is run that. Do we have to return this? Do we have to return anything? Well, let's go ahead and add that next line in. So update combat. We need to pass in the combat units, the combat object, and the current time. Okay, that should reset everything for the beginning of combat. Now, do I need to pass this object back? I don't think so. But let's go double check. We might have to, because it might still try to use the old object otherwise. Let's change this. Yeah, if we run init combat, we should return this object. And that way, oh, that's not going to work. Oh, because I'm returning void. Okay. Because we're changing all those values to 0, we want those to be in this new object. So that'll clean up that object that gets passed in. All right, let's stop and rerun. See if we did any good. We're now over an hour into the stream, and I haven't even been able to mess with the UI yet because of this issue. Not as much as I wanted, anyways. This was a bigger issue than I realized. All right, all the hit points look right, but they're not going down. All right, let's look at the server logic and see what's happening. This is happening more than once, isn't it? Which is what I was really hoping wouldn't be the case. Oh. That means nothing's ever going to happen. It's always going to be, it's going to reset everything to 0. What that means is that flag that I set up isn't working. I was hoping it would work this way, so I was setting it up here to false. Oh wait, I never set it to true. Oh my goodness, I'm an idiot. It might still work. I have to actually set it to true when it runs. That's not. I don't know. Now those errors are making me think this isn't going to work. I don't even know what this will do. Maybe it'll work. Try it again. We want to see the HP going down. That means time elapsed is increasing, and it also means that the HP stuff is working where it's taking damage. There we go. That fixed it, so it did work that way. I just needed to set the variable to the flag. I needed to flip it whenever we ran the initialize, which makes complete sense. I don't know why I missed that. We are expecting that error when everything's dead because we don't have any logic in place to do anything yet. Like normally you would have like an end combat logic that would say if everything's dead then end combat. Well, we haven't built that part out yet, so. And we don't have the enemies set up yet either. I mean, the enemy, the monster object, remember I don't have any of those functions. So that's why the hit points on the heroes aren't going down at all. But I still don't want to do that. I'm just going to do the one side for now, but now that we finally have this working enough where now let's try it one more time. So I don't want to have to go in the database and make updates to all the different initialized things. So, but you can see it is doing it on its own now. It's updating and doing what I want. Now the problem is, and what I wanted to work through on this session, even though we're just now getting to it, is you can't tell which hero is attacking or who's getting ready to attack. You can't tell who they're attacking, so you can't tell which one's attacking and you can't tell which enemy they're attacking. So I want to fix all that as much as we can. And I'm also going to try to add some graphics in here so this isn't just text boxes. I don't think it'll be too hard. I mentioned I did a little bit of research, and I do have one package that I have bought in the last, I think it said I bought it in 2021, but I like it. It's a nice little way to create heroes. It's called, what's the asset called? I think it's called Fantasy Heroes on the asset store in Unity. But it allows you to, let me save this test scene. Here it is. So let me open this asset just to show it off a little bit. And this is what they built, not me. But the way their little asset works is you can create these prefabs based on all the different elements. And it'll kind of work good with the game if I can connect all these pieces up to my data. And that's what I'm hoping for. So once this runs, I'll kind of show you the basics here. So you have a little hero and he has there's different animations built into this already. And it works even when you change equipment, which is awesome. Let's see. Jumping, crouching, climbing. There's a death animation. There's an attack animation. There it is. So this is going to work good for our 2D RPG. I mean, we're just showing our heroes on one side and the enemies on the other. This will be a good display of the hero. And when they attack, it's going to make this animation, which is awesome. And you can even, so the equipment part of the game, as you change equipment, it will actually change the thing in real time. You don't have to do like any like regenerating sprites or anything like that. This is kind of cool. I like this. So if I make some equipment and I use whatever this equipment object is here and they equip it, it should update their sprite in the combat scene, which is awesome. I love that it's customized like that. So that's what I'm going to work towards getting set up. But for now, I don't think we're going to get anywhere near that far today, but we should be able to at least can give different helmets to them. And if I was better at art, you can create the actual sprites that it's using. So like all these little pieces, like I think it's the eyes and the mouth and the head and the hair, those are all like different sprites. Yeah, you can see here. So if I got good enough to make some new sprites, I could change the style if I wanted to. But I'm fine with this style, especially for now as we're developing. And then later on, if I want to change the style or the look of the game, I can change the sprites, still use the same back-end code, and it would make it look different. So if I wanted this to look more realistic, I mean, this is kind of like a cartoony look, which like I said, I'm fine with. I kind of like it anyways. But I could change that just by creating new sprites for each one of these sections. The inventory thing's pretty neat too. Let me show that. So they already have a fairly robust inventory script set up as an example. So I'm going to I mean, I purchased this asset and it's usable, but I'm going to bring it into mine and then convert it to be based on my system a little bit. So, but this is kind of close to what I'm looking for as well for equipment. So there's going to be different slots for you to equip on your hero. I think I'm going to have a few other options besides these, but you can see here, like, let's say you just don't have any equipment maybe, and then you decide, okay, I found this sword, I want to equip it. You can click that and it'll add it to the equipped section of your inventory, and then it also shows up on the sprite. So this is what I'm gonna try to add into the game, is this setup. I'm gonna use a lot of their code, and we're just gonna have to add to it. You know, we're gonna have to adjust it based on our game. Of course, we'll have to figure out how to convert our data in our database to objects in the game. So that'll be a big thing to figure out when we get that far. But we're not that far yet. Really what I want to do right now is just show you how I plan on pulling in these, what are they called? 2D sprite renderers in Unity is what these guys end up being. And it's a whole lot of sprite renderers layered on top of each other is really how these are set up. But so it's not a UI component is what I'm trying to say. So what I've found that I can do, let me load up my test one that I set up. Where's my test scene? There it is. So I've added this test scene just to kind of show it. So normally when you try to add a sprite renderer to the default settings for the UI, it actually appears behind the UI and you'd never be able to see it. So that was one of my issues. Plus, you can't add sprite renderers directly to UI elements. They don't, the way I was doing it before where I'm creating a UI element and then changing, my plan was to change the image, that wouldn't work. So what we're doing is we are creating a base UI element called hero base. And this is a UI element, and it's going to trigger off of that logic we had set up. So we have logic in this panel for vertical layout group is what it's called. That means as I continue to add heroes, it's going to space them evenly in this space. And I don't know if I have that all set exactly right, but it's pretty close. But you can see here, I'm just telling it, start with the middle, center, and space them out based on that as you add heroes. So if I click add hero, when I added a little timer too that I was working through, if I click add hero, then it will add this 2D sprite. And then if I click it again, you can see, so it's triggering the same way that my boxes used to, but instead of showing the boxes, of course, now we're using that hero base item is actually behind here, and it's just kind of like following that object is how I made it. So the 2D rendering sprite, or 2D sprite renderer, is kind of attached to the position of that UI element, and that's what's making this work. So these guys aren't in the UI, but the way that we have it set up, and we also had to change the we'll have to change the canvas mode from screen space overlay to screen space camera. Because if you leave it on overlay, there's just no way to see anything outside of the UI if it's underneath the UI. It's the way to say that. So now this is kind of like the UI is in 3D space. Like if we go over here, I mean, it's kind of like that. I mean, it's really hard to see what's going on here, but the whole idea is we got our guys in one layer, and then our UI, even though it looks like it's way back there, because of the kind of camera we have, it makes them look squished on top of each other in the game view. And it just works. So that's the effect I'm going for. And you can kind of see this other thing I set up. So this is just a very basic script. And what this is doing, this bar under here that's filling up, this is taking the time elapsed and dividing it by the action time that's set for the hero in the database. So each hero had a timer for attack speed. That's how many milliseconds it takes before that hero triggers an attack. So that's all I'm doing. I'm taking the amount of milliseconds that have passed in the server. So remember how we saw we were just messing with that, trying to fix that issue. So however many milliseconds have elapsed divided by this gives you a percentage of how close they are to their next attack. And then we're just converting that into a filled image is what we're using. So if you go to, where did I put that at? Is it in here? Yeah. So if you go in here on images, you can add image type of filled. And when you do that, and you set the method to horizontal in this case anyways, the fill amount is how far that image has gone across. So the actual image like setting in the scene is this entire section, but then we're just telling it how full to be. So that works out really good for easy action bars. Our health bar and mana bars will be set up this way as well. If we use like a casting, I think casting is going to use this same action bar. So my thought process on that is when you click to trigger an action, it's just going to reset this and you got to start over at 0. And let's say you're casting fireball and I set the cast time for fireball at 3 seconds. So what will happen, let's say you click it when it's about halfway full, it's going to reset to 0 because that's when you decided to make the action, and then 3 seconds later, because that's the time it takes to cast, it'll cast that spell. So there's a little bit of strategy there, I guess, to try and start a cast right after an attack, maybe. But I don't know how much that's going to come into play. Plus, I want to add a way to pause. So let's say you have 6 characters over here and you got a really hard section of enemies over here and you want a little bit more time to think through what actions you want to trigger. I want to be able to click pause and you can go ahead and set actions up and then unpause it and it'll start back up. So not quite there yet, just kind of explaining the design process here. So what we need to do is take all of this like test work that I did over here and bring it in and translate it into our project. So one of the first things I'm going to have to do is, go ahead and stop this for now. We're going to have to pull in this asset because I don't have this in our project right now. This is just a test project I set up and just play around in. So we can do that by, I think I can probably even just go to my assets, or if I can't do it this way, I'll go into the actual store. And let me search for Fantasy Heroes, I think it was called. Maybe that's not what it's called. What about just Heroes? What comes up if I type Heroes? Hero? Character Maker. I bought it in 2019 and they've been updating it. So I like companies that continue to update their assets after you've purchased them. I've purchased plenty of assets where the developer goes radio silent and then it gets harder and harder to use their assets as Unity improves and starts creating new versions and stuff. So we're just going to click download. And And then we want to import this to our project. Is it going to give me any options as far as where? I guess it doesn't matter. If it makes a root folder, we can move it. I want to pull in everything I need, but I don't know if I want to pull in like sample projects either. If it gives me the option, I might turn some of that off, since any of that testing I can almost do in that other test project I have. Just to keep this project as clean as we can. Let's see. We're going to need all of the animation stuff. So that folder needs to go. We're going to need all the atlases. That's the actual like art. Fonts. We're going to need the fonts. Going to need all the icons. Going to need all the images. Going to need all the prefabs, the weapons, scripts. Yeah, we're going to need all those scripts. Shaders. Yeah, we might have to pull everything in. Hero editor, and then there's another folder for fantasy heroes. Seems like duplicated a little bit, but there's some test stuff here. There's the inventory system. I am going to pull that in as well. Like I said, we're going to have to customize that for our system, but yeah, there's not really any big extra things coming in. If there is, we'll figure it out as we go and maybe can clean it up a little bit. Some of these assets can really increase the size of your project. That's what I was trying to mean, that we want to keep our project as small as possible and as clean as possible. So if we're not using an asset or a part of an asset, we didn't want to include it. But to be honest, I'm not sure what I can turn off here. Like the scenes, there's some test stuff, but this itself is not using that much. Test room has its own. Yeah. If there's anything I can remove, it might be some of these test scenes and test room things, but we'll pull them in for now. And then we can maybe delete them later on. We're just going to do a full import. I do like to keep all my imported assets kind of contained in their own area. So I might put what I just copied in like a subfolder for, you can either read like imported assets or something like that. So if we end up having a dozen different assets we use for this project, I don't want a dozen different folders of all those separately. It just makes it really hard to figure out where I need to be in the code or in the project structure. It's just chugging away. Special promo, request new equipment in your review and we'll add it. I will say I'm not sponsoring this or anything, but I will say that when you look at different 2D assets similar to this is one of the best value ones out there. They only charge between like $20 and $30 for these bundles, and they come with so many different. Not only do they come with the graphics and all the sprites, but they have an entire editor system set up where you can edit them, which a lot of the other ones don't. A lot of the 2D sprite collections out there kind of come with pre-made stuff, and there's not much you can do unless you really go down into the nitty-gritty to update them. Example script, character script, firearm. They must have changed something related to projectiles, which I might use this just for graphical purposes. If I have a bow character, I want to be able to use that to fire a projectile, and I bet that's what these are all tied to. Yeah, we'll tell it to update them. I don't think it'll break anything. Almost done. Oh, I thought it was almost done. Now it's going through another progress bar. Almost done again. Okay. That is imported. Now, I need to I don't really want to copy and paste from my test project, but I need to just maybe have it side by side so I can remember the different changes I had to make. And I can probably pull in some of the code I created. So I did all of it in this test combat scene. So I think I actually got rid of this one and put it in the hero controller script. Yeah, I did. So the hero controller and hero base controller are the main two that are doing anything. Alright, I don't know if this is what I want to call it in ours. So let's go to UI, and then let's go to, I meant over here. Let's close some of this out. Let's put that, like I mentioned, let me build create a folder called imported assets. And that way, as we grow the number of assets we're using, that doesn't clog up my root folder here. That shouldn't mess with anything, especially since I don't have any references to any of it yet. All right, so scripts, combat. We have the enemy panel, the party panel controller, and then we have this hero component controller, which has been, so far, has been getting dropped on the square text box thing that we have set up. So this is going to change, and the same with the monster eventually. But right now we're just working on the hero. So let's go in here. Yeah, this window. All right. So right now, like I said, this was just the text box stuff. So there's just 4 updates here, updating the text box. And if we look at, let me close some of this. I thought I opened the other one too, but maybe it didn't open up in this. Can I open this one, or is it going to get mad and open another space? This window. Oh yeah, it closes the other one when I do that. If I say this window. I kind of just meant I wanted it to open it alongside my other project stuff. I can do a new window, it's okay. Let's go back into this project and now open that one again, and we'll just say new window this time. That way it doesn't close my other one. All right, so there's our, let's see if we can do like a split screen thing here. So this controller in our test scene that we set up, we need to pull a lot of that over here into this one. And all of these, we can just get rid of. All of these text boxes are going to go away. We don't know what's going to run and start yet. We do need the hero object. We don't need these fields referencing the text boxes anymore. So the character over here is an actual class related to that new asset. So we're going to need that. We're really going to need all of this. Oops. There's references to the cameras, the offset, the percentage of the scale. We have to scale him down because if we don't, he comes up kind of big. We don't have this defined yet, which is the UI thing. Let's copy all that to start. And we should be able to import this because we imported that project. Make sure we import the right one, the one tied to the hero editor. And then we are going to need action time. Do we need to define those separately? Action time's already defined in the hero object. So really all we need is a float to track time elapsed. Or do we even need that? That's all stored in the database object. So we don't even need either one of those. They're stored in the hero object. We do need the sprite renderer though. Okay, so the sprite renderer is what's rendering the hero on the screen. And then some of these are hard-coded values I was testing with. I probably need to move these into some kind of constants, or I'm not using a random for the action anymore because I can actually pull it from the database. Setting the cameras up. I don't know why the code has both both of these entries, but it's working that way. Maybe I'll try to figure that code out a little bit later on if I need to, but if it works, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? All right, and then the update feature or function. Copy that. And in here, instead of time elapsed and time.delta time, we're doing that on the server side. So here we will say, we don't even have to do that because it's already been done. We don't have to increment anything. We're just wanting to display. If time elapsed, we are going to have to trigger this is where we talked about in our last. So we're kind of running into this issue where in our last session we mentioned we need some kind of a list of combat events that are going on. So when the attack timer runs out in the server code, we trigger an action on the server and we cause it to happen. But we also need to pass that data somehow to the front end so we can display it. So when an attack happens on the back end, we need a way to know that it happened and do it on the front end as well. So this whole part's not going to really work. By the time the action happened on the server and we get it back here, the hit points will have already been changed for one. And we don't have any reference to which hero caused the damage, which enemy was attacked by that hero. Their time elapse is going to be reset to 0. So this logic in the update functionality isn't going to work. At least not the way it's set up. The time elapsed will never be more than the action time on the front end. Because by the time it gets there, the server already has reset it to 0 and caused the action to happen. So that's just something to think through here. We can set up the action bar, which we haven't built out yet. So let's just comment that, but that's something we will be able to do. We'll be able to show the flow that way. And then this late update is all that stuff I was mentioning as far as positioning the sprite correctly in our UI. So right now we're still using a UI to build out this combat scene. And we need to position these 2D sprites in the correct spots on that UI. And that's a quick summary of what's happening here. So it's grabbing the cameras and it's going to base them on the positioning of that object that we add in. This base controller, we will tell the hero to be linked to this base controller. And this will be like a transparent image is what it'll be. That will be pulled in and set up in the instantiate code. So we'll instantiate this first, this little UI element, and it'll get positioned on the UI because of that vertical layout group. And then when we instantiate the hero and link it to this through this code stuff, it positions it correctly. I'm surprised there's no errors because I thought it was linking specifically to that hero base controller, which I haven't pulled in yet. So I guess I'm a little bit surprised there. And then these down here were just my test setups for creating the animations or the states related to those three things. So we're going to pull those over as well because those are going to be the ways that we trigger the animation effects. And just continue to remember that this is all just like a UI that's showing you things. This isn't actually, all the actual logic of combat is happening on the server. The Unity side is just displaying what has already happened on the server. We don't want to set any actual logic except for like triggering actions. So if a user clicks a spell or a skill button, that will trigger an action back to the server to update things. But nothing here should ever update the actual combat. This is just a view. If you're familiar with web development, you have this notion of a model and a view and a controller, and that's kind of where we're doing with this as well. The Unity side is really just the view that our model and controller are creating for us. That scale percent isn't being used either. Oh, I'm using that in a different class that links to it. That's why. And that's probably the same way that this is getting used. So let's create that. We need to create it'll just be a really small prefab. How did I do that? I think it was a 1 pixel image. I can probably even copy that 1 pixel over. Here, we'll do it through File Explorer. This was my dungeon test scene. Pixel. We're just going to copy this. This is literally a 1x1 image, white. It's more of just, I'm more using it just for spacing and stuff in some of my, you can use a 1 pixel thing to kind of do spacing hacks or whatever you want to call them. And we're going to pull that into here. Let's just put that in the I don't really have like a graphics folder yet. What should I call that? Maybe just call it, we'll just call it graphics for now. And then what else was I gonna pull? There was something else. I wasn't gonna pull this, but I need to set this up in my new one, this idea of a base. So it's gonna be a UI image. I don't know where the heck it went. Maybe I have to set the sprite to see it. Pixel, where's my pixel? Is that it? Yeah, 1x1. It's not really in the middle. If it is, I just can't see it, I guess. Pixel is the source image. I don't understand why it's in the middle. I thought the middle center. Oh, that is the middle center of that. Okay, it's stretching it. I don't like that effect. Why is it stretching it? Did I set something wrong? I don't think it should be stretching it. Height. Force expand height. I don't think we wanted that. I think that fixed it. If you zoom in, there's one little bitty dot in the middle there. See him? He's there. Okay. And now if I add another one just to test here, that should spread those out. No, it didn't really spread them out, did it? It's supposed to spread them out evenly across the full panel. I thought I already had all this working. If I do this, what happens? It goes the full width of thing. That'll go the other way. That's a good way to tell where they're at, though. I know this works. Am I overthinking this and I should just move forward? I have the spacing. If I set that to 0, no, it puts them right next to each other. Huh. Maybe it was always like that. And then once I put the actual thing up there, it's going to fix it. I don't know. Now on my test project, I actually used a much bigger switch this back to the right view. So if I add a test one over here, it's actually a much bigger. See how I made it this like a rectangle? And I didn't put a sprite on it. So I mean, I don't have to. I was just doing that to see it. And then the hero base controller. Imports the hero object. All right, let's keep going, moving forward, and just see what happens. Maybe it'll fix itself, and it just looks odd to me right now. I am going to rename this to hero base component. Or actually, let's just name it base component because I think this will work for both sides. It should work for the monster side as well once I figure that out anyways. So we're going to make this a prefab. Let's make another prefab folder in the combat folder because I think that'll be cleaner. So let's pull this over there. And let's delete both of those back out of there for now. Now we have to create a base component script. We'll call it base component controller. Let's call it combat base component controller. And let's rename this to combat. Yeah, I want this in the scripts. Combat. I guess this is a UI controller. Gonna name this combat base component. Give it a minute. It's still compiling. Okay. And then if we go into that, wait a minute, where's my script? Didn't I add it just a second ago? Not seeing it. It's in here. It's odd. So we're going to keep the double features going up because now we want to look at this code on this one. And so there's not much code going on there, but we still needed a way to link the objects, and that's why there's a script attached. So we need to attach the hero game object. And And so far I had an image for the action bar. There's going to be one for hit points and magic as well. But let's do this much first. Let's get it working like the other one. My goodness, I cannot type. Engine. Okay. So that's good. And then in the controller, that's where I'm kind of going through the logic to connect all these pieces together. So we're going to have to change our controller logic for that. We do already have that class. It's called Party Panel Controller or something like that. Now this is attached to that. It's attached to this hero base object. There's the hero base controller. And I did pull in the action bar. So if I go in here, you can actually see here's where that's at, and it makes the action bar set up in a space. And I was basing that off of the sprite. So I might have to tinker with this and figure out how to position this correctly. I think I did 50 or 60% size, and my testing was working good for the sprite renderer. So if I just create those action bars, I can do that. We're going to even skip that part for now, though. I just want to get the guy to show up on the screen, first of all, and then we'll add that, start adding to it. Let's do the party panel next. Do I have that one open over here? I should be able to get to it. It's over here somewhere. Party panel controller. So we have the party coming in. We're looping through the heroes and the party on the front and the back row. And we're instantiating the hero component and then adding that to that hero component. So a lot of that's gonna stay the same, except the hero component now, instead of it being that text box that we had before, it's going to become that new little 1 pixel object we just created. So let's do that. And actually we need to tell it it's that kind of controller. Let's look over here at what I did over here. So to destroy, instead of this destroy section up here, we're still going to need two, one for each row. Reach transform, child and front row, transform. We need to destroy the child game object. Get component, and we called it combat base component controller in this one. Dot hero. And we're gonna have to change that to read, I don't know. If we reuse this on both sides, like I said, is that gonna work? Because right now we're defining a hero object. Yeah, we'll see. We might have to create one for each side, and we can just rename it. And then we also want to destroy the small 1 pixel object, so that's what this part does. Okay. And then we just want to do that same thing for the back row. copy? Fine, I'll copy it then. Looks good. So we can get rid of this now. And then when we're setting them up, this part's much more detailed. So we have to instantiate the base object, which is hero component, which, like I said, is going to become the new one we just created. So that part's okay. And then we instantiate the hero game object, which is, oh, that's for each in the list. And we're doing game objects. So this part we haven't really defined this yet. This would make where each character has their own unique sprite. Right now, let's just use one sprite to get this working. And then we need to figure out how to change that sprite. So for now, we can just put serialize field, private, game object, hero sprite. We'll just call it hero, that's fine, hero sprite. That kind of explains what this is. All right, so if we instantiate that, hero game object equals instantiate hero sprite. And then we're setting the base controller's hero attribute to this new game object. So we can do hero component dot, and did we change that yet to the right thing? Oh, it just says, well, that's right. We have to do a dot get component. All right, so go dot get component. Get component combat base component controller dot hero equals hero geo. Okay, that sets that. And then we're adding a component to that. We're adding the controller. So we created this hero component controller. And I didn't want to add this, since these might be generated programmatically, the game object for heroes, for the 2D sprites. I didn't want to add those through the Unity editor. I wanted to add them programmatically, the hero controller. So that's what this next step does. We called it hero component controller equals, and that's the hero go dot add component. That way it gets added to that. Okay. So now we have a reference to that as well. We added it, and then we got a reference to it right here, so we can use it farther down. And we need to set all these values for it. So we need to set the character. And the character is tied to that object we just attached to. It's going to have a character component on it. I can show that real quick. It's very in depth. It doesn't want to import that one. There it goes. Let's show that real quick. Test hero. So this is tied to that asset we added. This is something they created that manages all the pieces of that 2D sprite. You can see there's a whole lot going on. It'll take some time before I understand how to modify all this, but this is what's generating all the different graphics and animations. So that's why we need to reference that in our code. And by getting that reference, now we'll be able to run a statement like I put below on the other one where I said, like, play the animation for attack. And that character object will allow us to get a hold of that and do that. All right, we also need to set the reference back to the object it's connected to. What did I call that? Base. I don't know if I added that yet. We need a way to come tie back to the combat base component controller, base controller. And we need that to have a get and set. Okay. I change that to a property so I can attach to it. Base component. Base. What the heck did I just call it? Hero component controller. Combat base controller. That's right. That's right. It's a public property. Let's see. So what was I doing here? I'm setting that controller. So that's on the go, that first object we created. And then we need to set the UI slot, which is just the rect transform of that same object. Okay. This is all just tied to that script logic that places the 2D render appropriately in our UI. What all this is doing, most of it's doing anyways. It's not quite as clean as just telling it to be in a certain position, because I want it to be laid out and spaced based on how many heroes are there, so it's not like I can just pick an exact location. I want it to offset. If there's 1 or 2 or 3 heroes in that row, they should position themselves evenly in that space. So that's why there's all these extra values that I'm working with. And I think that is allowing it to show in front of the UI, that world offset. And then, like I said, I have this scale set to 50%, but I want to set this at least as a constant at the top. That way it's easier to update and see. Float, scale, percent. And then down here, we'll use that new value. We just have to set that. Wait a minute. Can we set that hero controller? Oh, no, we can't. So we need to set a default value up here. That's all. I mean, it still works this way. But now if I use it in more than one spot in the script, I don't have to update it in more than one spot. All right. And then the last one is what's changing the scale. So we set the percent, but now we actually want to run on that game object and change the scaling. Okay. We'll have to see if it works this way too. Every time the party panel updates, it's destroying and recreating these, and I don't know. We'll just have to see if it works this way, or we might have to adjust it a little bit. And I don't need to use this add hero script. That was for my testing. This should automatically pull in based on the units in the party, which is how this is set up now. It's looping through the heroes in the party object, and that's what's creating all of this. And we just need to copy all this to that top section. We can probably create a... Does this reference anything here? This very first row is the only difference between the two. One's going to the front row, one's going to the back row. So after that command, we can just pass in that game object and do the rest of this logic in its own little helper method or whatever. So we could name this private void place heroes, since it's doing all of them. And we're going to pass in the game object go, which we know refers to the base component. I named it hero component, but it's the base component, right? This is the party panel. So we'll have to, in the editor, we'll have to assign that. Let's just pull all this out. Put it here. And it does reference something up there, the hero. So we just need to pass that in as well. Okay, that should be fine. It cleans it up a little bit anyway, so we don't have to duplicate code. When we are just doing one hero at a time here, so let's change that to place hero. Ask them to go and the hero in. And okay. So we're just instantiating that little helper UI object that sets the layout correctly. And if this doesn't work, my test one actually uses that this bigger 256 by 50 sized rectangle. I don't think that's going to make a difference, but if it does, that's what we'll try next. All right, in the UI editor, we need to update the party panel, was it? So with this hero component, it's changing to the combat based component now. And the hero sprite, we need a test sprite. Do we have one in the project? Imported assets, hero editor. I don't know if it has a test one or if we need to create one. What does this look like? Yeah, that's the one I was using. So we will duplicate that and just move it to our, we'll just call it test hero like it was in my test. And move this to the prefabs for combat. Just so it's a little bit cleaner and easier to find. And go back to the scene. Pick party panel. And add the test hero there. Scale percent is set at 0.5. So we could actually change that here as well if we needed to. Let's save what we got so we don't, if something crashes, we don't lose any changes in the UI, in the editor, I mean. And I guess let's see what happens. I'm sure I'm missing something. Let's see if we got at least some images to appear on the screen yet. We can add a background color too, maybe, so it looks like there's grass behind them instead of just this gray background. That shouldn't be too hard to do. It's just compiling since we haven't compiled all of these new scripts yet. So we shouldn't have boxes on the hero side anymore. We should have heroes. They're all going to look exactly the same right now. Then on the right side, we should still have the boxes for the monsters. And I think it'll still update their hit points. I don't think I broke that yet. That's if everything's working on the first try, which is very unlikely. Yeah, see, all of these sprites and stuff we're pulling into our test hero are having to get compiled and added into our code. So that's why it's taking a little bit longer this build. It shouldn't take this long every time. Almost there. I'm gonna pausing it messed it up. Well, we got a few issues here. So I do see the hero. I only see one. Let's look in the scene and see if more than one was generated. No, only one was generated. And he's behind. He's behind the UI for some reason. Oh, I forgot to change the world space on the UI, so that explains that. Remember how I said we have to change that to world space instead of overlay? You can see right here. If I change it right now, it'll change. I'll probably have, I need to update it though when it's not in play mode, of course. Oh no, it wasn't smart enough to work that way. Why did I only get one test hero? I mean, I have all sorts of errors. All right, let's stop and fix that one error first of all, because that might be breaking some of the other code. So right here, this needs to be screen space camera. And I think the render camera is just my main camera. I don't have any other cameras. And I think I also checked pixel perfect. I don't know if that made any difference at all. Let's see what the top errors were, if there were anything else not related to the camera. My goodness. A lot of errors on the texture compression stuff. I'll have to see if I can fix that or at least hide it. I don't want to see all those. I can turn these off this way. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Hero info equals hero. So hero. Get component, hero component controller, hero info. That doesn't look right. I did something wrong there. I haven't actually go.get component. I'm getting the base component controller, but this should be combat base component controller, I think. See how I'm trying to set a value before I've assigned this to the hero object? That's why I know this isn't right. Let me look at the other side. So this is this line. Yeah, see it's setting hero base controller dot hero equals, and then I'm adding, is this just an extra line? Wait a minute. I don't have this on my other side, do I? I instantiate both. There's my instantiate, and then I get and set the hero, and then I set up the hero controller next. So I have an extra line in here. Do I even need that line? Hero info for the hero component controller. Where is that getting set? I don't appear to be setting it anywhere. So let's just comment that line out. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I feel like I just looked at something wrong because it's not there in my other code. And it doesn't make sense. I don't think I even have a, well, I do have a hero info object, or it wouldn't have asked for it. Hero component controller. So I might still need to set it. Does anything reference it? Hero info is never used. But I feel like it's gonna be used. Like right here, it will be used. So I do need it. Even though we're not using it yet. So the way to do that is hero controller. We need to put it below when we're adding it, of course. So it can go right here. So it's a little bit different than our old code, but we are going to need that for some of our, we didn't hard code some of the stuff that I hard coded over here, and that's why the line's not over there. But the hero controller does need this value for some of the stuff that's going to be down here, even though I don't have it set up yet. Okay. That should fix a couple issues. The first one, with it being behind the UI, should be fixed. And hopefully it'll fix this null reference where it was trying to find this object and it wasn't there. All right. Let's see. It is importing all of this again. I'm going to have to figure that out. We don't want to have to wait on this every time. Oh, it didn't take as long. It took about a minute less, so I guess it cached some of that. All right. Well, I mean, closer. So every time it's running an update, it's doing that where they're like repositioning and then coming back. And I'm going to have to, that's not what I want. So the problem there is we're destroying and re-adding those elements in, and I think that's what's happening. We're actually seeing that happen in real time since there's already a copy of them on the screen. There is no sprite renderer attached to the test hero game object, but a script is trying to access it. Oh, okay, I remember. On this one, I had to add a requires component, and then it just automatically adds it. So let's look at that. This one, and it's the hero controller. See how it says requires component, type of sprite renderer. This will make sure that that gets added. And it seems to work that way. I mean, I'm not actually defining anything there, but I think just having control of it that way seems to make the script work. I can probably clean that up a little bit because it appeared that it was still displaying the heroes even without doing this part. So like, I don't know, do I need that? I think I do. I think somewhere in here, some of the stuff we're setting is based on that. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking down here and I don't really see it referenced. Unless it's referenced somewhere else. In the start, we're setting it as the sprite renderer. But then do we do anything else with it? Oh, there's one more section down here. If match size. I need to read through this and understand it better. So it's mainly just doing some transform logic. That's all it's being used for right now. We'll leave it in there for now. I don't feel like troubleshooting that right now. Like I said, some of this is code that was generated either by this asset I brought in or I just done a lot of this as testing over the weekend, so. All right. So the new issue though is we're running into this issue where I don't really want to have to destroy these objects because it's messing up the animations for one. Like their animation is just jittery because it keeps resetting to frame 0. And I mean, in all honesty, this is probably not a performance thing either. This doesn't help performance by destroying and recreating these over and over again every 250 milliseconds. So, instead of destroying them, what can I do here? When I'm updating the party panel, maybe I need to have two methods here. One needs to be create party, and one needs to be update party. So this one would be update party or panel. I guess we'll keep the same create party panel and update party panel. In the create party panel, we should pull in this code. Should move to that. And that should happen on start. Not on combat updated, because combat updated is what triggering every 250 milliseconds. So this should be create party panel. Okay. And then we want this update party panel to run every time place hero. Place hero. Oops. So right now we're gonna get rid of that. That's causing issues. But we do need to loop through the heroes in our data and update the data in those objects. This is also gonna make the action bar look jittery. Do I just let the action bar work off of time.delta time and then sync it? See how close it is to syncing when it actually happens. So when I trigger the actual action, that action trigger should reset it to 0 here. Otherwise it should just use the same logic. Maybe. I just see that's going to happen. If we're only updating every 250 milliseconds from the server, we're going to get 250 steps on that incrementer, on that action bar. So if there's like 10, if it's 2500 millisecond action, then you in essence have like 10 chunks of that bar. You do one at a time. Instead of like a smooth looking increasing bar, it's going to chunk in. We can do that for now, just to see if we can. We want this to be able to update the objects that are already there. So when we update, we're not instantiating anything. But we need to update the data. We do need to loop through these heroes and create like an update data method. So what happens up here? On combat updated, we're resetting the party data. So the data is updated in this file when the event is triggered. So we do have updated data here. But we don't have a link from this updated data. I don't think anyways. Well, we can try this. Maybe through references this links. I doubt it. We'll be able to tell if the... Well, we won't be able to tell. We don't have anything on there. We need to create that action bar next because that will help us determine if this is updating without doing anything or not. I don't think it will be. Let's implement that action bar. So over here, this is tied to our combat-based component. And we're going to create a UI image. We'll call this action bar background. And then we need to create another UI image, and it's going to stack right on top, and it'll be called action bar. Okay. Let's zoom out. Actually, we'll just delete this one. And once we create one, we'll duplicate it. Where is our center point here? I think when I did this last time, the X should be centered, 0. And I'm pretty sure since my sprites are 256, I need to go down about half the distance. So I think I was doing 130. That's pretty close. So that's there. And then if I duplicate that, this is the action bar. So the background should be a darker color. Let's just use like a dark gray. And then the action bar, this one is where we need our pixel sprite. What did I do with that? Oh, I put it in a graphics folder. There we go. So we've got the pixel sprite in there, and we need that so that we can pick the image type and change it to filled. And we want the horizontal mode. And you can watch here now. As I pull this slider, you can see it's filling or right now it's going down, but normally it's going to be going from this way over, and then it'll reset and then it'll go back up. So that is all it takes to create that slider. Now, of course, we need to reference this in that hero combat-based component object. What's it called? Combat-based controller, I think it's called. We need to have a reference to this in there. So let's go into that code. It actually already has the reference. I forgot I copied it over. So in here, we go to our prefab, and you can see it's looking for the action bar. We just pull that in there. Why isn't it letting me pull it in there? Action bar, image, action bar, image. There it goes. I don't know what I did. It was giving me the cannot do icon, but it worked. It took it away there, so. The hero gets added during the create party. So that gets added. That doesn't get added here. That's eventually that's going to be unique for each hero too. It's not like we're going to be passing in this same test hero prefab. We'll have to figure out how to use that system to programmatically generate a hero based on all the components. So all the gear they have, when the player sets that hero up, they'll probably be able to set up like their hair and their color and their eyes. So all that's going to have to be stored in a different table in the database eventually, once we get that far. But that'll be really cool when we have that, have the unique heroes with unique equipment showing up in the game. That to me is awesome. I like old school RPGs, but most of them don't do that much for you. If you pick your class, that's usually the sprite you get, and there's no other updates after that. So being able to change, like if your hero's using a sword or an axe and it shows the actual graphic for those specific ones is really cool. And I mean, there's like we can have like crappy wooden swords, and then by the end you'll have like some kind of glowing flaming sword. I just think that's going to be really cool. Okay, so we added that, but we have to turn that somewhere in the code we turned off that time elapse stuff. See where it's at over here? It's on the hero controller over here. So it's the same thing over here. We're going to have to I don't know if we have to do it over here. I guess it doesn't matter. This will be what the heck did I call it? Base controller. Dot action bar dot fill amount equals. And this needs to be hero info dot time elapsed divided by hero info dot action time or attack speed. That's what it's called. And possible loss of fraction. Because those are longs. What's the recommended? Does it tell you? Can I just tell it to use a float? Or not? No, I can't just do it that way. I think if you make just one value a float, it's enough to make the whole thing, right? No? Well, we'll just leave it alone and see what happens. Maybe it won't work at all this way. The fill amount's not a fraction, but or not a integer, but these two are longs, which are technically integers. So I don't know what's going to happen there. So that should update that new action bar, and then we'll be able to see if it's doing what I'm thinking it's going to do, where it like blocks in, chunks in. But that's even if the updates are working, and I don't think they're going to be working either. So we turned off, they're not getting, the game objects are not getting destroyed. And we're just going to see, will it auto update based on when I update those party objects? I don't think it will. I think I have to reassign it every round probably. But we'll see. If the action bar moves at all, then something's happening and updating it. Or we get a null reference error. Party panel. So it doesn't like something over here. Create party panel hero. When this runs, the data is not available in the party object. That makes sense. Do we need to do like we did on the server end and just do like an init that runs one time? Is init equals false when it starts. And then down here on the on combat updated, we can say if is init else. So if it's already initialized, we should do this. And this party.combat party should happen no matter what. And if it's not initialized, we should do this create party panel. And then get rid of it and start, because that's causing an issue because there's no data in the hero objects yet. We need at least that first send back from the server before we have any data. All right. Try it again. Oh, I forgot to stop it, but we didn't change anything on the editor, so we should be okay. Everybody's so quiet today. I guess it is a Monday. Okay, let's see what we get here. See if we at least get our characters back. Ooh, I know what I did there. I did this in the server end too. I forgot to change the init. Once I do it, once I'm in here, I need to set it to false or true, I mean. Nope, that's the wrong spot. Once I get in here and run this once, I want this to be, it has been initialized. Otherwise, you get what just happened there, and we generated an insane amount of characters. Okay, well, that was an easy one to debug. I knew what happened as soon as I saw millions of those guys showing up. That can be like a hardware test there. See how many of those guys you can create before your computer crashes. That could have got messy real quick. That would have been an infinite loop of nastiness. All right, we're getting closer. Now the hero objects aren't regenerating, but I don't think they're getting data. I don't think our display objects here are getting data. I think we're going to have to add that in every turn, like I said. And then for some reason, one of these rows is not working and the other one is. And we're getting this spread thing. This expand thing on this one for the... I might just have to make the image transparent, because it might have to do that to space them correctly. Maybe this one's not spacing them correctly. We'll look at that real quick. There's going to be a difference between these two, and the back panel is the one that was working. So the front panel has control child size, width, and height checked. Middle, center, spacing 20. Back panel has everything the same, but child force expand is height. So that's why we did that force expand, apparently, was because it was spacing them right. So we're going to have to turn that back on over here. And we need to change that pixel prefab, what's it called? Combat-based component. This pixel, we're just going to, we don't need to see the pixel. So we're going to just make the alpha 0. It's still there in the background, but it's just a layout option. You know, we don't want to see it. We just want it to help with the layout. And by it stretching that pixel a shared width like that, that's how it keeps them spaced appropriately. So that's why we needed it to do that expand feature. That's why. See, now I'm remembering. So that will fix the spacing issue. Now, the update issue is probably a little more complex here. So we mentioned we're going to have to create another, in the update panel, we need to set the hero data in both this game object we instantiated. But how do we get them? Are we going to have to, we might have to place them. So in the create party panel, we're creating them. But as soon as this method's done, we've technically, in this class anyways, we've lost references to these objects. So we might have to save the references to these objects in a couple lists. So we need one list for the base components. Or do we even have to modify the base component? I can't remember. Let me look. The base component. We do set the hero object in the base component. So we need to update the hero component and the hero controller component. Wait. No, this is the sprite. Even though I called it hero, right? Hero game object is this hero sprite. And we're setting the sprite, but I don't think I need a reference. I mean, I'm not updating the sprite. I'm updating... I think we only need to update the hero controller with this here, where it's updating the hero info. I think this is all we need to update. So we only need one list to grab this object, this hero controller object. We need a list of hero controllers, and we add them. And then somehow we just need to match them back up. I'm guessing in the hero object we have the hero ID, so we can just say when the hero ID equals, that's the one that you add to that hero object. That should work. So let's make a list. It'll be private. Nobody outside of this class needs to see this list. This is just our reference. This allows us to keep a reference as we loop. So it's a list of hero component controllers. We'll call it hero component controllers, I guess. Import that. No, not encapsulate field. I would rather you just import it, please. Okay. So we have that. In the start command, we need to initialize that. Okay. And on the create party panel, in the place hero code, we need to get a reference to this hero controller. So we instantiate it. Once it's instantiated, let's add it to our list. So we have hero component controllers dot add hero controller. So once we're done creating, now we should have a list of as many of those as there are heroes. And now in the update, we don't care which row they're in because that's fine. They're already positioned correctly. We just want to update the data in the hero controller. So here we should be able to say we still need to loop through for each hero and party, because that's what gets updated by not in party. It's in party. Oh, I do have to loop through both because they're coming in two different collections. Why isn't that working? Oh, for each. This is my trouble when I jump between Java and C#. There's a few little syntax differences. Okay. So this. So how do I do this? I need to make another little helper method here probably. And we'll call the method. It's going to return the hero controller, hero component controller, get hero component, hero component, and we're going to pass in the hero that we have, and we're just going to loop through our list. What's it called? For each hero component controller. And I did 4 again. In component controllers. If hero component controller dot hero info dot ID equals hero ID. Why did it get mad about that one? Okay, so if the IDs match, then return this hero component controller. And otherwise, we should never hit this, but return null. That means we didn't find a match. And then up here, we can say, do I need a reference to that? Wait. Let me think. All I wanted to do, now that I found the controller, is update it. I don't really even need to return it. So this doesn't have to return anything. This can be void. We'll just say update hero component with the hero item. And once it gets here that we have a match, then we can just say hero component controller dot hero info equals hero. And now we don't have a return statement. And we should put return if it hits this, just to save a little bit of processing time. And I can put down here debug log no matching hero found when running update hero component. If this line's ever hit, that means it didn't find a match for some reason. And that might be good to know. So we'll put a log in there in case that happens. So up here, I just need to say update hero component and pass in hero. But I need to do that for both rows. It's a little messy how I have two rows like this, but it's not that hard. We're going to keep it for now. Okay, so that should, in theory, now we should have an update to our hero object. And so, like, the action bar should update now and show a fill, even though it's going to chunk in. It's not going to, like, smoothly come across. It's going to chunk in, I think. It's compiling. Let's push play, see if we got any closer. If this makes the action bar look bad, which I think it's going to, we might. Oh, it's not even working. The action bar is not updating. But we are getting some errors. Oh no, we didn't. We got one right at the very end there. We didn't get any errors on this side. And we didn't get any errors on the server side either. Not while combat was running. Okay. Let's throw some debugs in to see if the data is updating or not at all. I don't think it is. It doesn't seem to be. Wrong side. We're on the front end. Okay, so this is triggering the create party's running the very first run through, and then it should be running this every time after. And when it runs, I don't think it's not finding it, or it wouldn't. This would have showed up in the logs, and it didn't. Hero component controller dot hero info. We can probably see this in the editor. If we click on one of the units when they show up, and then click, we should be able to see the hero component controller over here with the values. So let's see if that works. I don't know. I guess it depends if I made it public where I can see it or whatever. But let's just see if that works real quick. I want to be able to see if it's updating at all. So they should show up down here. Just click one. Scroll down to the hero component. Oh, I don't have the hero component controller. This might not be working. Remember that was one of the issues. Let's see how to do this the right way and fix that bug. How do I convert a fraction of two long numbers to a float in Unity3d? I should have just said C# because it's really all I'm doing. I thought I already had it right, but it was telling me that wasn't the right way. So let's look and make sure I'm doing it the right way. This is all I want. I just need to make one of them a double. Is that what it's saying? long, integer division. Casting first makes it floating point. Doing the division in double preserves 15 to 16 digits before converting to float. About 7 digits. If you don't care about the extra precision, this also works. No, it doesn't. That's what I just did. Float equals float in parentheses. Didn't I do that? This is a float. Equals, and it was pretty much just saying put float right there. Oh, now it's not going to get mad at me. Maybe that's not what I did then. I thought see, I knew how to do it. I just must have typed something wrong because that's what I thought I did. All right, let's try this now. I really feel like we're getting data. I really do. Here we go. See how messy it is though? Hi, Lily. Okay.
Are you building a game?
Mm-hmm. Well, that looks like crappy mail. Like bills. I don't want bills. All right, I'm thinking we might need to use like, how do we do this the right way? I mean, when you think of a networked game, this is kind of the same thing where they do like a, where is this expected to be? And then somehow they sync them up. I'm thinking a little deep here. I mean, we can still use what I have, it just doesn't look good. But really, we want this to run smoothly, but then sync up if it gets out of sync, and I don't quite know how to do that the right way. I mean, it is good to see that we can see when they get to the point that they're attacking. Now, we still don't have them actually swinging their swords, because we don't have this notion of an event happening. We don't have an attack event getting triggered. We're going to have to add some additional event functionality on the server to make this, a lot of this work. I'd like to, if it's a quick fix, I'd like to fix that action bar though, because that's bugging me. So let me think here. So I can probably use some type of, instead of using that, I can use float time elapsed. Start at 0. And I can still use the built-in one for the other side. And then down here, I can do this is already a float, so I won't need that cast anymore. Time elapsed. And then this will be I need to increment it. That's right. Time elapsed plus equal time dot delta time. So I know this doesn't match what's in the coming back from the server. But maybe I'll just make it keep incrementing until it's full, and that little split second of time that it's full, maybe it's not enough to be noticeable. And then when it hits 0 again, we should do a check in here. Actually, what should we do here? Time elapsed plus is equal time dot delta time, and I should only do this if time elapsed is less than or equal to hero info dot attack speed. Once it reaches that, I don't want it to increment this time anymore. And it won't even need to change this anymore. So that can both go in there. So while it's still less than that, and then for the few milliseconds of time, I'm hoping it's just a few milliseconds of time that they're a little bit out of sync, it'll just show full. And then here, this should read if hero info dot time elapsed is less than, we'll say less than 250. I think it'll be 0. We'll say less than or equal to 250. Let's just say if it's equal to 0 and see if that works. I think there's always going to be that starting loop for each one where it starts at 0. I could be wrong, and this will be able to tell us if we're wrong. And in that case, we just need to reset our time elapsed value to 0. When the one in the database is 0, that's when we reset to 0 and start over and do the normal smooth flow loop. Let's see if that works. I think it might. If we're not actually sending a 0 value update though, then it might be off. And then by it being off a little bit, it might cause that milliseconds to add up to almost a half second, which is not really what I want either. But let's just see what it looks like. I think it'll look much more smoother, but I don't know if it's going to go back to 0. It might go all the way full and then just stop. Or it might not move at all. All right, what did I set wrong? Because it's not moving at all. Let's look. Let's kind of read through the logic I did here. If time elapsed, which it gets defaulted to 0, time elapsed is less than or equal to hero info attack speed, then time elapsed plus equals time dot delta time, base controller action bar fill amount equals time elapsed divided by attack speed. And because this is a float, it should be returning a float value. So as far as the math's concerned, that should be right. If hero info dot time elapsed equals 0, time elapsed equals 0. We know the time elapsed was getting incremented because we tested that already. So it can't be 0 all the time. If time elapsed is less than text speed, then add time.delta time and update the action bar. What the heck? That looks right. And the update function runs every frame. So it's not like we have to call this anywhere. If hero info.timeelapsed equals 0, let's set a debug in here. Resetting time elapsed to 0. We should not see this more than once in between runs, in between like the action bar getting full. Well, we might see it 6 times because every single hero is going to cause this stuff. But there should be 6 entries and then no more. If there's more, then something happened. I did something. Okay. So we're not just getting 6, we're getting them over and over and over again. So that's the error, that's the issue. But why is it 0? Because we just did a test the other way before I did all this. And instead of passing this in, I was passing in hero info.timeelapse. And it was working, which means this number was changing. See if it's changing. I mean, it doesn't look like it is, or this probably wouldn't be happening. But it was changing before. The code I had before, there was no if statement. It was just updating this based on this. It was working. Yeah, sometimes I just need to run it a few times to see what's actually happening. I'm missing something here. Something in my logic's off. Well, it's going up. It is working. The time elapsed field is working. Did I do something wrong in my math here? Why isn't it displaying? We're not using hero time elapsed anywhere in the actual action bar though, so don't forget about that. This whole section does not use it. It's supposed to just start incrementing time elapsed. Why was this triggering every single second before? Because you saw that it was incrementing there. At no point except when it resets to 0 should that have triggered. I'm confused. I'm really confused. Unless the math isn't working right and it's like truncating to 0. I don't need this to run long. I just want to see. Well, now look. I don't know if I see the... Oh, yeah. See, sometimes it is 0. And then it throws the code, resetting time elapsed to 0. I don't know. But this is running, instead of running every 250 milliseconds, this code is running every frame. And maybe that's where I'm going about this wrong. I don't know though, it kind of looks like it's working. Setting time elapsed. Let's look at the actual seconds. The seconds say 13. Like there's changes happening within the same second, right? Or no, it's still just looking at the same values. The values aren't changing. Let me think. Where am I going wrong with my logic here? So if time elapsed is less than or equal the attack speed, I think there's something else I'm missing here. And time elapsed. Come on, brain. This has got to be an easy one. This value is correct. But for that 250 millisecond time period, it might repeatedly be resetting this guy to 0, which is kind of annoying. Like, how do I, maybe I just need it to reset one time and then somehow, how do I get it to not do it anymore? I don't know. This is in the update function, which is where we need it. If we do it in the, what was I going to say? If we attach to the on combat update somewhere in here and did it that way, it wouldn't be good because that's back to the 250 millisecond updates, and that's not what I want here. I mean, that's technically what we've already had going on to begin with, because when the on-combat update triggers, that's when it's updating the hero info time elapsed. This is so weird. Time elapsed 0. Let's put this in the start function. I mean, that doesn't matter. Okay, I set it to 0f. If time elapsed is less than or equal to the hero info attack speed, that should be a number around 2,500 to 5,000 or so is what I have my test data at right now. So it should definitely be less than that. Then increment it and change the fill bar based on that. This number's static. It's not changing anywhere in my code. So whatever this is, like if it's 3,500, it stays 3,500. And then this part, which is the display itself, looks fine. Now this does affect the display right here. So let's, for grins, I mean, I know this is going to work just fine. If I turn that off, it should just run and fill up and then stop. Let's make sure that much works. It's not really attached to the data at this point. But make sure I at least didn't break my action bar somehow and I'm missing something there. It should fill from empty to full and stop when it's full. And it shouldn't go back to 0. It's not filling. So there is something wrong with this code that I don't have. There's something wrong here. Even though I keep looking at it and walking through it and thinking it sounds right. How can I test this? Let's do a debug. Time elapsed. Make sure this is growing. I don't think it is, or it would be showing up. Hiding from the camera, it looks like. Sometimes my camera zooms in on its own, and that's what it's doing. How do I zoom that back out? You guys don't want to be looking at my face that directly. All right, time elapsed is not stopping. It is going up and up and up and up. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. Maybe take a 5-10 minute break. And when I come back, maybe my brain will be working better because this is confusing me. Back. Don't know if I figured this out yet. Okay. So it was not. Is the hero attack speed good? Did we do that math yet? Oops. Let's just double check that this number is good. I'm gonna have to set up a debugging session or try to do a debugging session. That's probably, we're about to that point now that this shouldn't be stopping us, and it is, so we need to see why this isn't going up. This fill bar is not getting bigger, and we turned off the stuff that resets it. And we saw that the time elapsed value was going up. So either the math isn't working, like I'm thinking it is, or the time elapsed is 0 or something. Time elapsed and attack speed staying constant, which I knew. Look at the time elapsed though. That is in seconds. Oh. Time elapsed is coming over in seconds. I think it was even working. So let's look real quick. Look, see, I just had to walk away and come back. I think we figured this out. See, my number I need to get to is like 2,500 or 3,500. Watch. I bet if we watch for a second, we're going to start seeing a little bitty sliver of white over here. Yep. I'm seeing it. Okay. We're good. This is a much easier fix than I was making it out to be, and I needed to walk away and come back. Sometimes that's what you have to do. Let's pull up the right code here. So this is probably working just fine. Let's turn this back on. Let's get rid of these debugs. We don't need them anymore. Now I just either for the bar, I probably should just divide this by 1,000, and that will make it look cleaner. I can either divide this or I can multiply that. So let's just divide this. And it's getting mad at me. Why? Possible loss of fraction. That's true. That needs to come across as a float. No? Still won't come across as a float? Huh. Let's do... All right, now it's not getting mad. If we divide that by 1,000, this should... Let's get rid of all these debugs. Now that I saw what was happening, we don't need them. Attack speed was working just fine. The time elapsed coming from the system's just fine. This was incrementing just fine, but I was working in 2 different time units, and I just don't know why I didn't think about that. One was working in seconds, one was working in milliseconds. So it would have took 3,500 seconds to trigger that to fill all the way up. It should move a whole lot faster now. My hope is once it fills, it's pretty close to returning back to 0. It doesn't sit there for long. Oh, come on. Now what did I do? All right. Does this not work the way that I did it? Because it was working before I made this change. Time elapsed. It's because I had too much division crap going on there, and it's left to right. It still was acting up, I think. Let's do up here. Let's make another. And it can't be on start though, because hero attack speed might change. But we can do this down here. We can do time elapsed is still in seconds, and this is messed up too. So what we got to do is put float action time equals hero info dot attack speed divided by 1,000. And because we have to make one of those a float to get it to do the math right. Okay. That should return a number. Now this needs to be action time. And this needs to be action time. Get rid of this attack speed, which is in the wrong time format everywhere, so we don't. That should remove that as an issue. Now this is in seconds and this is in seconds. Hero info dot time elapsed equals 0. So when this triggers, it should be fine. It should still work. Okay. Oh, I got the wrong screen up over here. I won't be able to see if anybody's talking to me. All right. It's pretty close. I'm watching and I don't see like it glitching too many ways here. There might have been a few here and there, but it seemed to do okay. It wasn't like it was at half full, it was returning to 0 or anything like that. There might have been some small sync issues here and there, but nothing big enough where the naked eye would have noticed it, I don't think. All right, so I think the next step is going to be, I don't know if we'll get this done today because this might be a little more complex, but we need to create that event system that creates a list of events that get passed in the combat object. And that will help us determine when we need to trigger attacks on the UI side or anything else. Like if somebody dies, it needs to trigger that. Okay. This is looking good though. We're getting stuff working. Let's add can we make the background green? Where did that go? I don't see anything. Did I zoom way out? Yeah, I did. It's like, where did my screen go? There we go. Now we got grass. See how easy it was to add grass? I know that wasn't really quite what we wanted for grass, but hey, at least we got a color rather than the gray. That initial like load where they load down here in the corner is kind of annoying that you can see it, but yeah, I think that looks good. It only lasts like 3 or 4 rounds because those 6 characters are just whittling those other guys down so quickly. I don't have any like misses. People always hit when they attack, so and I didn't make the enemies they're fighting very hard. All right, we're gonna jump over to the server then for a little bit and try to figure out a way to create this combat event idea. So let's start in the proto files because this is going to have to be some type of object that gets transferred from the server to the client, which means it's going to have to be a part of this. And I think I'm just going to call this combat event. And let's close everything else. Let's open one that's already working and just copy a lot of this. And except for I don't need those imports. And then this will be changed to combat event proto. All right, so this is a combat event object. And what is it going to need? And does this get stored in the database? That's kind of the 2 steps I have here. I don't know if we need to store this in the database because this is going to get generated from the combat itself. So you're going to have a round of combat. And every so often, when one of the heroes trigger an action, that's what gets added to these combat events. So there's not going to be... They get generated during combat, which makes me think I really don't need to save this in the database. It's going to generate from the combat data. So let's call... Let me think. We're going to need... So we won't need an ID because it's not in the database. But we will need a link to the hero. Wait, let me say it differently. We need a link to the like a source and a target. And target can be more than one. Source has to be one, but target can be more than one. Combat unit. And we don't have combat units in our proto files. Those are still separated out into 2 separate types. I wonder if, while I'm thinking about this, let me ask ChatGPT, how can I set up, what would that be called? Is it polymorphism? using proto files in Java. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's the same across the board. For example, I have a combat unit type with a child hero unit and a child monster unit. What is a good way to set this data object up in proto? I'm just going to put proto and see if it's smart enough. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. I'd really like to fix that in the proto files themselves. So we have this hero and we have a monster, but there's a whole lot of similarities between the two. Not everything, but I'd really like them just to inherit a lot of their stuff from the master parent class and then just add on the extra things they need. Because it feels like a whole lot of duplication when you see all these base stats here in hero. And then you click on monster and you see the whole list of almost the exact same things here. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Doesn't support inheritance directly, so you model polymorphism as a sum type. Define a wrapper, a base message with common fields, and then a one of that holds exactly one subtype. Other fields common to all units are in the unit common message. And then we have the hero unit, which are specific to heroes. Monster specific. You have the unit common class. And then you have one of either a hero or a monster for the polymorphic subclass. I have seen this in some of my code. Like when I did the I had ChatGPT help me generate the armor and weapon item stuff. It used the same method idea. And then in Java, it's saying to hero unit get kind case. Switch on the runtime. If it's a hero unit, change it to a hero unit. If it's a monster, change it to a monster. Kind not set. Yeah, strongly typed. Easy pattern matching with the enum. Backwards, forwards compatible. You can add new cases with new field numbers. If you remove a subtype, don't reuse field numbers. If you need many subtypes later, just add more one of variants. How hard would this be to implement? I mean, it doesn't look hard. How much code is it going to change already? Even though we don't have that much code yet, a lot of my code is tied to units. But do we want to wait longer and make it take even longer either? I definitely want this. I don't know why I didn't do this initially. I probably should have. So instead of having 3 separate files, then I'm just going to have like a unit file. Is that the idea here? I mean, it's showing everything in this main file. It doesn't really say what it's named, but I guess that doesn't matter. As long as all the messages are in here that I need. And is this only the combat units? I mean, we shouldn't create more than we need. So if we have a hero object and we can use it in combat and other space spots, we should. We don't want to create extra stuff if we don't have to. And right now, there's only one service or one table in the database to store hero data. That might change in the future, but can I generate 2 services off of one? I think I can. One proto file. If I just add another service, it's not going to get mad at me, right? No, it's not going to get mad at me for that. So let's create a new file, and this will be called unit.proto. All right. And then we're going to open hero.proto and just copy all of this on top. Actually, we're going to copy all of this too. We're going to need the hero service in here. We're going to need the monster service. A lot of this is just going to copy and paste over. All the responses and requests should just copy over. And then let's do the same thing for monster. Let's pull over any of the imports. And the service. Keep it up here by the other service. And then all these guys down here. Okay. Now we have to do kind of like they did here with this unit common. So we'll make a new message called can I just call it unit? Message unit. It doesn't seem to be getting mad at me. And we want to pull all of the static data over. So let's go ahead and just pull this full list. For now. And then we'll have to remove the things that are related just to. So let's look at the monster as well. The monster doesn't have player ID, so that's going to move out. And how do we do that? We just say the other type and define the specific fields to them. Message hero unit. So player ID is one. I think job is one. Okay, we have player ID, we have job. We have the equipped items. We have that deleted flag. I don't think that's on monster. We have current HP and MP on both. What about XP? I think XP is on both. Time elapsed on both. Battle row should be on both. Okay. Then we need to create the monster unit. We have loot table. Where's these monster modifiers? Or maybe we haven't actually used them yet. Eventually that's going to come over as its own unique field. But right now, is this the only unique field we have for monsters? It might be. All right. And then to combine the two together, we create the combat unit message or whatever we want to call this. We pull in the common and then we pull in the one of kind for the other two objects. So we just want to call this. So let's change this to common unit like it said, so that our main message can be called unit. Message unit. I want this to go under the other ones. Message unit. And we need the common unit. And then one of. And let me look at the syntax for that real quick. So it's either a hero unit. Why did it say 11? Let's do that. I don't think we can reuse numbers between the two is probably what it's saying. I might need to make sure I'm not reusing numbers. So like this says 13. And there's also a 13 up here in the common. So I probably just need to make that a number that's missing. So 28. I don't see a 28. What did I do wrong there? One of kind. I forgot kind. Okay. And now my response objects are going to get a little messy. Because they're not responding with the same objects anymore. We might be breaking a lot of code here. I should probably... Okay, so in the request objects, I mean, it didn't really show how to set up a service, but I can return set up the new builder, set the common items, and then set the hero specific items and build. Get kind case. Do I have to set any new up, or is it saying that's going to work out of the box? I don't know. I don't know what this means. Never change numbers. Reserve removed ones. Is it because we don't know? I mean, I know all the people that are consuming my proto files, so I know that I have to update them. It's almost like a thing where it's saying you don't want to break your interface. So you have to keep the same blueprints. This really is going to change a lot of code. Is this the right time to do this, though? It probably is before we get too deep. Too deep into the details. I probably don't need all these different types of responses, do I? Let's do like a code save here in our Git. So if I really blow stuff up, I can go back. There should be a whole lot of files I haven't added to this. And I think we've broken the code at this point too. So let's try to get it to... Let's get rid of these messages. Anything that was... like anything in here... that's already in the other class, I don't want to regenerate right now. At least to do this initial code save. So I don't think I have that, or that, or that. I do have these. We're going to call this one the unit proto. And let's clean. Let's stop the server. Let's clean it. And install it and make sure that everything still compiles. And then I want to save this off as like a saved version where we're at here. Because when I start making these changes, it's going to break just about everything that we have so far. Because almost everything's tied to units right now that we've built out. And I think it will probably go fast once we figure out how to update things, but I don't know. And I want to have a way to revert back to this saved version that I'm making. Okay. Now, do we get status? I want to make sure it's not pulling in any target files. It should just be source mains. Okay, good. What do I already have added? Because I saw green up there. They're all just mains too. I want to make sure I don't commit the target folder because that can be an issue when you try to upload to GitHub. Okay. I'll just say adding server updates to basic combat loop. Normally you should do commits way more often than I just did. I need to get more better habits there where I'm doing that almost every day. Let's do the same thing in the Unity side. Because when we regenerate these proto files, it's not only going to break the server, it's also going to break the Unity side as well. And that one does save a lot of extra data in the This is gonna take a while, but we don't have to watch it. We're not gonna mess with the Unity side for now. I'm gonna get off here, guys. I'll talk to you later.